One, two, one, two, one, two. That's weird. Hold on. Where is it at? If I go to this webcam properties. Sorry, I'm just tripping because my webcam doesn't. It's not a circle. It needs to be a circle. Where's the circle mask? Right here. Uh-oh. Technology. Do that thing you do when you work. There we go. Cool. All right, so today I'm going to be starting to fork this Git repository and build a UI similar to this. So you can talk in here and have a conversation with GPT-4. You can see your old chats in here. You can log in, set up some settings, and it's good. And this is coming from the Chatbot UI repo, which is a really big project. If anybody is interested in building a user interface for a chatbot, this seems like the one to go with. And I'm sorry, I'm going to start with a little bit of YouTubeception, but I need to watch this video. Well, I want to watch this video. It's a month old, so it's probably relatively up to date, and the information is probably relatively useful. And this is from the creator of the repo explaining how to run it on your computer. So one last check to make sure everything's good. We're streaming, audio's good. Turn on the screen capture. And yeah, let's get into it.
Hey everybody, Chatbot UI 2 is now out. So the legacy code lives on the legacy branch. So if you want to use the old version, you really just want to stick with the simplicity of it, you can go in here. The README is still live with all of the old instructions, so you can go do that. But if you want to run the new version, we recognize that it's a little bit complicated to get set up. The reason for that is we were previously using local storage on your browser, but there are a few issues with that, which we kind of address. There are some security issues with that. Some people are getting their API key swiped. The storage is limited, so in local storage you can only have 5 megabytes of storage there. And then as chat goes more multimodal, right, we need things like images and files and audio and video and things like that. You kind of need a dedicated database. So we're trying to give people a really powerful kit with all of the features. If this goes beyond the scope of what you need, no problem. There are a lot of good user interfaces out there. There's our own legacy version, which you can still use. And then of course we obviously support forks, and this is all MIT licensed open source code. So if you don't like what we do, feel free to fork it, feel free to tear it up and do whatever you want with it. It is totally on you to build whatever you want. This is merely our take on it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna walk you step by step based on the README on how you can go ahead and get this thing running. So we're going to follow our own guide here to make sure that your setup experience matches what we do in this video. So the first thing you're going to need to do is you're going to need to clone the repo. So I'm going to bring in a terminal here. This is just a terminal running on my desktop, so we're going to just copy and paste this. Okay, open that back up.
Let's go ahead, copy and paste, follow along. And where's it at? Updating in your terminal at the root of your local chat UI repository. If you run a hosted instance. Oh no, that's not relevant to me. So copy this. I'm gonna cd into the directory that I'm gonna be working in, which is the directory of my project, Stephen AI. If you're watching this in the future, go check it out. String, not in password. Oops. Did I put a space? I don't think I put a space actually. Yeah, no space. And then git clone that. Cool. What's it called? Chatbot UI. So we clone the repo, open terminal in the root directory of your local Chatbot UI repository and run npm install Supabase, and run locally Supabase. Previously, we used local browser storage to store data. However, this was not a good solution for a few reasons. Security issues, limited storage, limits multimodal use cases. We now use Supabase because it's easy to use, it's open source, it's Postgres, and it has a free tier for hosted instances. We will support other providers in the future to give you more options. Then we're going to need to install Docker to run Supabase locally. You can download it here for free. I'm definitely going to need to do that because this is a new computer. Install Supabase CLI. So let's just keep following
And I'm
along
just going to
with
call
this
this,
for now.
we'll call this Chatbot UI demo. How about that? Okay, so this is going to clone this code repository into our desktop. And now we're just going to go to step 2 here, which is, and I'm actually going to make this window a little smaller here. Okay, so now we just need to actually go into the terminal, the root directory of our project. So we're going to go ahead and cd into Chatbot UI, what do we call it, demo. Okay, so now we're in that repository, and you can continue working in the terminal here. I'm actually going to open up Cursor, which is what I'm using for my IDE. And oops, let me bring this window back. Okay, we're going to put that off to the side, and I'm just going to use the terminal right in here. So you can see we have all our code, and now we just need to run this npm install command, and then this is going to install all our packages. Okay, so we're going to let that run. Again, we are not using local browser storage anymore, so you have to use a database running on your computer, and we've chosen Supabase to do this. We think Supabase is really great. They're open source. They have a great free tier if you want to host your own cloud version of Chatbot UI. We're big fans of Postgres, and we think that it's pretty easy to get running once you have the instructions to do it. So this is what we've chosen. Again, we totally recognize that there are people who don't want to use this or who want to use different providers or simpler options. Right now, my best answer for you is that, we really encourage you to fork the code and implement your own backend. We obviously can only support so much. Hopefully we support a couple different ways to run the backend on your computer soon. But out of the gate, we're using Supabase. We love it, and we hope you love it too. So let's go ahead and get started with that. So for step 1, you're going to need Docker installed. So I actually already have Docker running on my computer. You can see there's this little whale. It's the Docker whale. If you need to install that, go ahead and click here, and you have instructions for Mac, Windows, and Linux. Go ahead and follow their instructions. Docker's obviously very popular, very ubiquitous, so they have really great instructions there. So go do that if you haven't, and otherwise we're going to continue on to step 2.
Unfortunately, like I said, it's a new laptop. I do have to go through this Docker installation again. So it's not a laptop, actually, it's a desktop. I'm in the future. It's amazing. Like, I got a big screen. It's bad. Like, if you haven't used a desktop in years, which I feel like a lot of tech people do use desktops, but it's definitely an upgrade over a laptop. So Docker desktop for Mac. Let's go. Got the Apple Silicon. Open this up. Drag and drop. It's funny because, I used to be really scared of of Docker. I was like, what even is this? Made no sense. But it's actually pretty helpful, pretty simple. It's just a container. Putting all your stuff in there, make sure that dependencies will match up as you move your project from your local computer to a hosted cloud. So I just installed it. What do I do next? Install and run it. Download the installer using the download buttons. Double click docker.dmg to open the installer. Double click docker.app in the applications folder to start Docker. Yes. Subscription service agreement, sure. Use recommended settings. Welcome to Docker Desktop. Sign in to continue to your Docker Desktop subscription. Actually, I think I already created one with my Google account, I hope. Cool. Okay. What's this about? Welcome to Docker. Download the desktop application. Isn't that what I just did? So, let me move this over here. So, double click Docker. The Docker menu displays the Docker subscription service agreement. Here's a summary of the key points. It's free for small businesses, fewer than 250 employees, and less than 10 million in revenue. Personal use, education, blah. Otherwise paid, Docker Pro, blah. Select accept. Note that the Docker desktop won't run if you do not agree to the terms. For more info, from the installation window, select either use recommended settings. Cool. So where to go next? Explore its core subscriptions to see what Docker can offer. Get started with Docker. I know what a container is. Run a container. I guess let's start with the basics, right? So set up the walkthrough. First thing you need is a running container. Use the following instructions. Open Docker Desktop and select the search. Specify Docker. Welcome to Docker. I'm sorry that this is turning into a Docker tutorial. I just have only gone through this setup process once, and I just want to make sure I don't set it up wrong on this new computer. Welcome to Docker, an example project for new Docker users. Want to learn about Docker? Is this repo? Ugh, do I really have to do this? If I just, how do I get to my dashboard? See, I was not even open Docker. Welcome to survey. Step 1 of 2. What's your role? Full stack developer, front end developer, back end developer, site reliability engineer, platform engineer, DevOps, infrastructure system, security, product, teacher, student, other. Guess I'll put full stack. What will you use for Docker? Use Docker for work, deploying applications, testing applications, AI, ML. I guess I'll say deploying applications. Okay, cool. So now we can go back to this vid.
Okay, so once you have Docker installed, what we need to do next is we actually have to install Supabase. So if you're on macOS or Linux, you're going to go ahead and copy and paste this and run it in your terminal. If you're on Windows, this is the official Supabase instructions for installing it on your machine. I already have it installed, as you can see, so this might take you.
We're going to come over here. Oh, did I delete the thing? Why did I delete it? Oh, because I went there, didn't open a new page with the Docker stuff. So view history. Avert your eyes if you see anything unsightly. AI Chatbot. Clone the repo, install dependencies, Y Supabase, install Supabase, CLI, brew install Supabase, tap Supabase. See how long it takes. Cool. Disable this behavior, blah, blah, blah. So, installing Supabase, caveats. Yes, completions have been installed to that. Summary. This. Running brew cleanup Supabase, disable this behavior by setting that. Hide these hints with that. Cool. Okay, so start Supabase. I want to just make sure I'm always one step behind this tutorial. I don't want to ever go a step ahead of it.
Just a sec. So wait for that to get done, and then once you're ready, we'll move on to step 3. And step 3, you need to run Supabase start. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring Docker down here. So this is just a blank Docker dashboard. You can see nothing's running here. Put this on the left for a sec. We're going to run that Supabase start command, and this is going to boot up Supabase on my computer. So if this is your first time running this might take a sec to properly boot everything up. But we're going to let that run, and you're going to see we get in a Docker container all of the nice bells and whistles we need running our backend to handle everything from our database to our file storage to server functions and everything in between. So this may be kind of foreign to you if you are a not technical person, but just remember what we're doing is we're moving from local storage in your browser, and because we're adding so many new features that kind of go beyond the scope of what that can handle, is we need to run a database on our computer, and we are using Docker to run Supabase, which is essentially we're just using Postgres, which is a relational SQL database on our computer. Yes, you can see that that's done. This is all set up. I'm going to move this away, and you're going to see we get a bunch of stuff here, and this is important because you are going to need it for step 4. Okay, so if you're at this point now, what you need to do is you actually need to copy this environment variable file over to from the example. So this is an example with blank values. You have 4 values, 3 Supabase and 1 Olama. So we have the Supabase URL, the Supabase anon key, your Supabase service role key, and then the Olama URL, which we'll get to later. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this command. Again, we're just going step by step down this README. It should be pretty, with this video, hopefully in the guide, it should be pretty self-explanatory.
Okay, let me go back a little bit. I just wanted to make sure that I can expect this Docker connection between Supabase to be all automatic. Seems like I can.
So this is just a blank Docker dashboard. You can see nothing's running here. Put this on the left for a sec. We're going to run that Supabase start command, and this is going to boot up Supabase on my computer. So if this is your first time running this might.
Okay. Let's hope this works as simply as it did in there. So we have Docker right here. Start Supabase. So we installed Supabase. Now we just need to start it in your terminal at the root of your local Chatbot UI repository. When we install Docker, we don't necessarily need to connect it to anything. Cool. Let's see how it goes. I was skeptical. Oh, nice. You always got to be skeptical that things are going to go as easy for you as they do in a tutorial, because it never works. That's why I'm very, very excited that this tutorial is less than 2 months old, because it gives me hope that maybe things haven't changed a bunch, but in tech things move so fast People are constantly changing things, and so there's always that worry that what worked 2 months ago won't work now. But, you know, God willing, it seems like things are going pretty well. While that's going, I set up some nice background. Oh yeah, you guys are listening, so I won't do that yet. Let me just get through this commercial though. That's for later. So, health check still going. I mean, hey, look, nobody's really watching this. Just a little bit. Okay. So this is the digest status. Downloaded newer image for public. Started Supabase local development setup. API URL, GraphQL URL, DB URL, Studio URL, and bucket URL, JWT secret, non-key, service role key. Cool.
Might take a sec to properly boot everything up, but we're gonna let that run, and you're gonna see we get in a Docker container all of the nice bells and whistles we need running our backend to handle everything from our database to our file storage to server functions and everything in between. So this may be kind of foreign to you if you are a not technical person, but just remember what we're doing is we're moving from local storage in your browser, and because we're adding so many new features that kind of go beyond the scope of what that can handle, is we need to run a database on our computer, and we are using Docker to run Supabase, which is essentially we're just using Postgres, which is a relational SQL database on our computer. Okay, so you can see that that's done. This is all set up. I'm going to move this away, and you're going to see we get a bunch of stuff here, and this is important because you are going to need it for step 4. Okay, so if you're at this point now, what you need to do is you actually need to copy this environment variable file over to from the example.
So let's open this up. Let's go to this.
Well, so this is an example with blank values. You have 4 values, 3 Supabase and 1 Olama. So we have the Supabase URL, the Supabase anon key, your Supabase service role key, and then the Olama URL, which we'll get to later. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this command. Again, we're just going step by step down this README. It should be.
So environment variables in your terminal at the root of your local chatbot repository run CP and local example and local.
Pretty, with this video, hopefully in the guide, it should be pretty self-explanatory. You can see we copied that file over. We now have a private file.
So you just paste that in there, and it'll give us a private file. Cool.
That will not get committed to a Git repository, and what we're going to do is we're going to copy over these values into our environment variable file. Okay, so the first one, as you can see, we say use API URL from Supabase status for your Supabase URL. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and copy this value here.
So he copies the API URL into the .env.local. Let me just close this for now. Next, public Supabase URL. So right here, copy this, paste it in here.
Over in there. And then we need 2 more values, so we're going to grab the anon key here, which we'll
grab the anon key.
Grab that one and put it here. And then this third one is going to be your service role key. And just as a quick note on the service role key, we're going to go ahead and save this file.
Service role key. Copy that. Paste it.
You want to treat this environment variable in particular like it is a password. This is a little oversimplified, but this is essentially a password for your database. So anyone that has access to this, and again, this is running on your computer, so you don't need to worry about it as much, but if you do use a hosted version, you really want to keep this a secret, as opposed to these values, which you can see as prefaced by next public. These are public values. It's not a huge deal if they get leaked, but treat this one like it's a secret. Okay, so we have those 3 values. So we're done with part 1 here. And then part 2 is you need to do one simple code change here. So you can say in the first migration file in Supabase, okay, Supabase /migrations, okay, migrations, and then this setup.c.
So Supabase, migrations, setup SQL
file, you need to replace 2 values on line 53, okay?
53, project URL.
Line 53 here, let me just have that wrap. you can see we have the project URL. And for 99% of you, you are not going to change this value. The only reason you would change this value is if you are a more advanced user and you can change your config.toml file for Supabase. You can see we have this project ID here. This project ID, between the quotes here, simply needs to be the same value as this, okay? And because most of you are not, in fact, going to change that, and we do not recommend that because unless you're an advanced user, you can just keep it the same. So we'll kind of just skip that over that one. But then your service role key, you'll need to copy over the value, copy and paste it here, and we're going to copy and paste it here. So we're going to save. And for a lot of you, your value is actually going to be the same as mine, just because this is Supabase running locally. But if it is different, don't worry about it.
Oh, I missed that a little bit.
Over that one. But then your service role key, you'll need to copy over the value because simple ID here, this project ID between the quotes here simply needs to be the same value as this. Okay, and because most of you are not, in fact, going to change that, we do not recommend that because unless you're an advanced user, you can just keep it the same. So we'll kind of just skip that over that one. But then your service role key, you'll need to copy over the value, copy and paste it here.
Okay. So, pretty sure we still have that copied. Check just to be sure. Cool. Service role key.
And we're going to copy and paste it here. So we're going to save. And for a lot of you, your value is actually going to be the same as mine just because this is Supabase running locally. But if it is different, don't worry about it. It's completely fine. And all this step does right here is it just prevents kind of an issue with files that we use with our storage from sort of leaking from your database. So that's just a simple little thing there. That's good practice. Okay, so now we're done with the environment variable step. And now if you would like to run LLMs locally on your computer with Chatbot UI, you need to install Ollama. So Ollama, if we go to the instructions here, this is the way we've chosen to run models locally. We think it's amazing. I'm a huge fan of Ollama. It's just a really straightforward implementation to get all of the latest LLMs running on your computer. So follow the instructions here. I believe Windows is on the way soon. You can obviously use Docker if you'd like to use Docker. But I already have Ollama running. You can see up here, this little Ollama. That is Ollama. So go ahead and follow the instructions here. And once you have that completed, come back and we will run this final step. So assuming that you have followed the instructions that we've gone through, this video, you should now be able to simply...
I'm ultimately going to be using OpenAI, but I guess for the intents and purposes, should I just use Ollama right now? Gotta make quick decisions. Look, in my environment variables, I have an option to use this OpenAI key, optional. Entering an API key here overrides the API keys globally for all users. I don't want to diverge too far from the tutorial, but I think it makes sense to go with an OpenAI key. So for right now, I'll just ignore the Ollama part and pretend we have an OpenAI API key here.
Use npm run chat in your terminal. Okay, so our app is built. And now on our localhost 3000 port, if we refresh this, you will see we go to this screen. What we're going to do is hit start chatting, and a few things are going to happen. So it's going to take us to this login screen, and you're going to be like, wait, I thought this was running on my computer. Why do I need to log in? So this is authentication that's running locally in that Docker instance of Supabase, right? So this login is actually just completely on your computer. It's not like a real login. This isn't like a Chatbot UI account or anything like that. So like I can just do, right, like I could do mckay@test.com. You can literally do any fake email you want. It's just, this is your login now, so make sure you remember it. And we'll do a fake password here. It's actually literally just a password. And we'll hit sign up. Okay, and this is going to take us to a setup screen. So again, we can pick a username. This isn't host going anywhere. This is all just local on your computer, so you can do whatever you want with this. You can put your API keys in. We'll skip this for now. There's a few configuration options, but let's just jump into the chat. As you can see, after all of those instructions, we're now in Chatbot UI. Let's go full screen here. And you get a whole bunch of tools. This isn't going to be a tutorial video on all the tools. We'll probably do a separate one for that. But for example, I could just go to local, and right, these are all my models that I have installed with Ollama. If you want to figure out how to do that, just go to the Ollama repo and I'll teach you how. But like, let's just say hi to this model. The model's loading in a memory, which is why this first chat takes a sec. So how are you? So this goes much faster now. Let's load it, and boom. Now we're using Chatbot UI. All of our data is getting stored in our database, right? So for example, if I go to messages in that GUI I just showed you, you can see we have the messages. It's a really powerful database. This is kind of why we moved away from the local storage stuff, because we do at this point, with sort of where the state of the AI industry is right now and where chat is, we just need more advanced tools. So we hope that this video helps you learn how to install Chatbot UI's new update so that you can have all the powerful tools running locally on your computer. Please stay tuned for another video, which we will teach you how to actually deploy your own instance of this in the cloud if you don't want to run it on your computer. But this gives you all the tools you need to install that. Again, we just ran through all the steps in the README for the...
Let's see if he actually created that next video. It's been a month, guy. Damn. Unfortunately, it won't be that simple. So, but it seems like I don't need to necessarily go through Ollama for right now. So I think, did he run the Supabase? Yeah, he did. Okay, where's the instructions? So did the environment get the required variables by running Supabase status? Wait, I don't remember doing that. Ran Supabase start. Hold on. Help me out, McKay.
But then your service role key, you'll need to... Okay. Again, this is running on your computer, so you don't need to worry about it. Over in there, the Olama URL, which we'll get to later, which is a relational SQL database. And you're going to see we get a bunch of stuff here, and this is important because you are going to need it for step 4, okay? So if you're at this point now, what you need to do is you actually need to copy this environment variable file over to, from the example, this is an example like values, if we're values, space, and Olama. So we have the space URL, the space key, space service key, and then the Olama URL, which we'll do later. So we're going to do a copy command, and response step by step, so it should be pretty, with the video, hopefully, it should be pretty self-explanatory. You can see we copy the file, we're going to copy the file. That will not get to Git repository, and what we're going to do is we're going to copy over these values into our environment file. Okay? So the first one is going to say use API URL space status for your space URL. Okay, so we're just going to copy this value here, over there, and then we two values, so we're going to put the key here. So we're going to grab that one, put here. And then this third one is going to be your service key, and just as a quick note on the service key, we're going to take this out. You want to treat this environment variable in particular like it is password. This is a little simplified, this is essentially, and again, this is going to be the secret. Okay. Then you need to do one simple code changer. So you say the first migration file, space/migrate.
So I'm pretty sure we're good, but just want to be triple sure. So don't need to do this. Use API URL. Did that. From base status for that. Now go to your this and fill in the values. If the environment variable is set, it will disable the input in the user settings. SQL setup in the first migration file. Base migration setup SQL. You will need to replace two values with the values you get above. So this is the first migration file, setup SQL, and you will need to replace two values. Project URL line 53, chat UI 8000 default can remain unchanged if you don't change your project ID in the config.toml. So we'll leave it. And service role key, you got this value from running base status, pasted that in there. This prevents issues with storage files not being deleted properly. Install Olama optional. We're not going to do that right now. We're going to run the app locally in your terminal at the root of your Chatbot UI repository. Run npm run chat. Beautiful. So copy that. Let's see what we're working with. Let's go. Let's start chatting. I will do geo@example.com, and I will also make my password because I'm not that creative. Oh yeah, I haven't signed up. You signed up. Save your password. Yeah, sure. Welcome to Chatbot UI. Let's create your profile. Username geo. Chat display name geo. Next. OpenAI API key, which I haven't set actually. So, you know what I'll do? Pause this for a minute. I will leave a nice little post-it note here to remind me that something is wrong. Really hope I don't forget, because the post-it notes always fall. So let me go grab my OpenAI API key, go to my text edit, and copy this API key, close that file, paste it in there, hit next to setup complete. Welcome to Chat UI Geo. Click next to start chatting. Uh-oh, issues. Okay, wait, no issues. All right, dope. Let me bring this back in. Cool. Sorry, it just took a little bit. Like there was a delay after I clicked to enter the chat, but we're here. So if I say hi, OpenAI API key is incorrect. Please fix it. So once again, let me hide this stuff so I don't get robbed. Where's here API keys? I don't know how I put it in wrong, but I guess I did. Bring this back up. Try this different key. Maybe my stuff got exposed. I don't know. So save. Profile updated. Now if I try to say hi, OpenAI API key is incorrect. Oh, you know what it is? It's because I put this placeholder here. That's what it is. So remember when I put the X's in my environment variables, that's throwing it off because it says it overrides it. So I changed it. Let's see if it updated automatically. Awesome, it does. Okay, let me close this environment variable file and bring you guys back in. Cool. So you can see here, I said hi, and it's saying, hello, how can I help you today? This is pretty awesome stuff. It's pretty awesome, especially once you get it running with, like if I was using Ollama or something and just had public models hosted locally, like nobody's getting access to this data except for me, which is pretty cool. So what I'm gonna do now is, I'm pretty sure that's the whole tutorial, right? Go back to here. Slow it down.
The model's loading in the memory, which is why this first chat takes a sec. And how are you? So this goes much faster now. Let's load it, and boom! Now we're using Chatbot UI. All of our data is getting stored in the database, right? So for example, if I go to messages and that GUI I just showed you,
So this is, when did he show this GUI? I don't even remember this. Let's go back here.
completely on your computer. It's not like a real login. This isn't like duplicate. If you remember it. And well, we can pick a username for this. You can put your API keys in. As you can see, after all of it, and separate one for that installed with, like, let's just say, and how our Chatbot UI, all of our data is, you can see we have the message database, right? So for example, if I go to Chatbot UI, all of our data is getting stored in our database, right? So for example, if I go to that GUI I just showed you, you can see we have the messages. It's a really powerful database.
I don't even remember, when did he first show this GUI for the database?
Come back and we will run this final step. Chosen to skip that over that one. Sure. On need to copy.
It's been open the whole time. I think he thought he showed it. Maybe
This
I'm
login is actually just
forgetting.
So assuming that you have followed the instructions that we've gone through this video, you should now be able to simply use npm run chat in your terminal. Okay.
I see the link though. You can view your backend GUI here. So messages, awesomeness. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna want some direction on exactly the right way to
So our
host
app is
this
built,
though.
and now on our localhost 3000 port, if we refresh this, you will see we go to this screen. What we're gonna do is hit start chatting, and a few things are gonna happen. So it's gonna take us to this login screen, and you're gonna be like, wait, I thought this was running on my computer. Why do I need to log?
Sorry, for some reason this guy just looks familiar.
Put this on the left for a sec. We're gonna run that supabase start command, and this is gonna boot up. Remember, you need to run a database. If you're at this blank values, you have 4 values, 3 supabase and 1 Ollama. So we have locally database, right? So for example, if I go to messages and that GUI I just showed you, you can see we have the messages. It's a really powerful database. This is kind of why we moved away from the local storage stuff, because we do at this point, with sort of where the state of the AI industry is right now, where chat is, we just need more advanced tools. So we hope that this video helps you learn how to install Chatbot UI's new update, that you can have all the powerful tools running locally on your computer. Please stay tuned for another video, which we will teach you how to actually deploy your own instance of this in the cloud if you don't want to run on your computer. But this gives you all the tools you need to install that. Again, we just ran through all the steps in the README for local quick start. So if you follow those steps and use this video, you hopefully shouldn't run into any problems. So we hope you like the new update to Chatbot UI. Thanks for watching. Enjoy chatting.
Okay. So for now, let's go. So first of all, I'm gonna shut off this audio connection so that I can turn up my brown noise I'm listening to. Get me in the zone. And let me go back to the GitHub repo. So now we've run the app locally. So if we want to host it, we can follow these steps to get your own Chatbot UI instance running in the cloud. Video tutorial coming soon. Follow local quick start. Repeat steps 1 to 4 in local quick start above. You will want separate repositories for your local and hosted instances. Create a new repository for your hosted instance of Chatbot UI on GitHub and push your code to it. So let's do this. Let's duplicate this, put it side by side, and create a new repository. Do I already have one called Chatbot UI? No, I don't. Awesome. Let's make it private. And let's create it. repository for your hosted instance of Chatbot UI on GitHub and push your code to it. So I'm going to copy this SSH key and we're going to separate these now. Separate all tabs. Just focus on this one. Put that right there. Come in here. Open up a new terminal and run git init and run git remote add origin with this SSH key. Remote origin already exists. Okay. We're going to consult our friendly copilot. Hey. The error message remote origin already exists means that the repository already has a remote called origin. If you want to replace the existing remote, you can use git remote set URL. Here's how you can do it. This command changes the URL of the origin remote to the new URL you provided. After running this command, you should be able to push to the new GitHub repository. I've never had to do this before. That's weird. So wait, let's actually use our brain for a second. So reinitialize existing Git repository in users, Jordana Rogers, Stephen AI, Chatbot UI.git. And I tried to add it to this new thing that I set up, and it's saying remote origin already exists. This is for push an existing repository from the command line. So what if I do, so I did get in it, git add readme .md, git commit, first commit, and then git branch, main. Just copy this. Okay, yeah, I think I might be pushing to the public one. That's not good at all. Did I ignore my thing? Okay, I'm pretty sure this is already ignored, but let me just triple check. Alright, so to disconnect your project, remove the existing remote, git remote remove origin, and then we can do this git remote add, verify the new remote URL. Nice. Now you can push. We don't use origin master, we use origin main. Cool. Now we're good. Now we can reload this. And we have all the same stuff. So now let's go back to, we could use that readme, but regardless, let's just use this. create a new project. So we did this. Create a new repository for your hosted instance, push your code to it, set a backend with Supabase, create a new project, go to Supabase, and create a new project. Sign into your account. Let's sign up. I guess let's continue with GitHub. Supabase by Supabase wants to access your account. Please do. You're being redirected to the authorized application. If your browser does not redirect you back, please visit this setup page to continue. Great. And let me put that down there so I don't get confused. I feel like I can close that now. That's the local stuff. Okay, maybe I wish this stuff was opening in a different tab. But anyway, so go to Supabase and create a new project. So we're at Supabase, new project, organization, my org, project name, it's called Stephen AI. Database password, let's make no space just in case. Database password, type in a strong password. This is the password to your Postgres database, so it must be strong and hard to guess. Let's have it generate a password. Copy this. And once again, shut this down. Okay, cool. Save that, close that, bring y'all back in. Cool. And now region is US West. I prefer East US. Select the region closest to your users for the best performance. Definitely East US, and create new project. Stephen AI, we are provisioning your database and API endpoints. This may take a few minutes. While you wait, browse the Supabase documentation. Not working, try refreshing after a couple of minutes. If your dashboard hasn't connected within 2 minutes, you can open a support ticket. So this is the project API keys. Your API is secured behind an API gateway, which requires an API key for every request. You can use the keys below in your Supabase client library. This key is safe to use in a browser if you have enabled row-level security for your tables and configuration policies. So we're going to need to enter these in so Supabase public URL. Is this? Oh, this is loaded. Welcome to your new project. Close this stuff and make this a little wider. So, and I'll close this for now. Let me just make this full screen then. So, welcome to your new project. Your project has been deployed on its own instance with its own API, all set up and ready to use. Get started by building out your database. Start building your app by creating tables and inserting data. Our table editor makes Postgres as easy to use as a spreadsheet, but there's also our SQL editor. If you need something more, so we see the table editor, SQL editor, about database, explore our other products. Supabase provides all the backend features you need to build a product. You can use it completely or just the features you need. Authentication, a complete user management system that works without any additional tools. Storage, store, organize, and serve any file types for any size from multiple buckets. Edge functions, write custom code without deploying or scaling servers with fast deploy times and low latency. Real time, listen to your Postgres PostgreSQL. No, that's not. I'll just call it listen to your Postgres database in real time via WebSockets. Connecting to your new project. Interact with your database through the Supabase client libraries with your API keys. More information about your project's keys can be found in your project API settings. Project API. Your API is secured behind an API gateway, which requires an API key for every request. You can use the parameters below to use Supabase client libraries. So we see this project URL, a RESTful endpoint for querying and managing your database, and the API key. This key is safe to use in a browser if you have enabled row-level security, RLS, for your tables and configured policies. You may also use the service key, which can be found here, to bypass RLS. And in JavaScript, import create client from Supabase/Supabase.js, const Supabase URL equals this URL, const Supabase key equals process.env Supabase key, and const Supabase equals create client Supabase URL Supabase key. So in our VS Code project, which is here, Supabase service role key. I wonder if that's the same. So let's open back up the README. Okay, go to Supabase and create a new project. Get project values. Once you are in the project dashboard, click on the project settings icon tab on the far bottom left. So let's make these side by side again. So again, okay. Once you are in the project dashboard, click on the project settings icon on the far bottom left, project settings. Here you will get the values for the following environment variables: project ref, found in general settings as reference ID. So copy that, and this gets connected to project ref, which is where so here we'll get the values for the following environment variables: project ref, found in general settings as reference ID; project ID, found in the URL of your project dashboard. Example, https://supabase.com/dashboard/project, your project ID, settings/general. While still in settings, click on the API text tab on the left. So let me just I'm sure, I mean, I can always come back to this stuff. So while still in settings, click on the API text tab on the left. Here you will get the values for the following environment variables: project URL, found in API settings as project URL. It's right there. A non-key, found in project API keys as a non-public, and service role key, found in project API keys as service role. Reminder, treat this like a password. Configure auth. Next, click. So the thing I'm confused about, right, is I understand where to plug the I don't want to do these in separate windows. I understand where to plug the URL and the anon key, right? Those go right there. I guess should I set up new variables? Let's do Supabase keys. Comment this out and do project ref will equal that, and project ID will equal this. Wait, we don't want spaces. Project URL, project, or we'll just call it anon key, and service role key. Cool. And we'll leave this undisturbed, but we'll come and we'll copy these values. So our project URL is this. Our API key, so our non-public is this. I'll leave the service role key for now. I'll come back to where I was, reference ID. And our project ID found in the URL of your project dashboard. So so Supabase. So this is, hold on, click this. This is my dashboard, I believe. And the project, so let me just separate these. And paste that. So project ID, so https supabase.com/dashboard/project. And then the assumption is that this is in fact my project ID, which is the exact same as my project reference. Which is curious. Oh, actually, oh yeah, it is exactly the same. Found in general settings is reference ID. So go to project settings, reference ID, it's the exact same. And they were at this link when they did it, which resulted in this, but it's the same thing. So I guess I'm good with it being the same. I guess, I hope, I pray. I'm gonna delete these. And then I'm gonna go to API. Did I forget to bring this back in? No, I didn't. Let me get a new post-it note because these things keep falling off. Post that right there. Turn this off. And then service role secret. We're definitely private. Okay. Reveal this. Once again, it falls off. Copy all of that. Oh, I can just copy it. And then paste it in there. And then close my env. And then navigate away from this page. Come back in here. Turn this back on. Alright, where am I at? So we've done all this. Next, we're going to configure auth. But I'm going to take a quick bio break. So there's not a way to pause this, is there? It's okay. Be right back. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Okay. So let's come back and now configure auth. Next, click on the authentication icon on the far left. So open this back up, make these side by side, full screen. So now click on the authentication icon on the far left, authentication. And then text tabs, click on providers. And make sure email is enabled. We recommend turning off confirm email for your own personal instance. Users will need to confirm their email address before signing in for the first time. We recommend turning off confirm email, I guess so then. But this isn't my own personal instance. So successfully, well, why is it an X then? That's weird. I'm gonna turn it back on because this is for production, and I do inevitably want this functionality. So, oh, but this is the back end. So this isn't connected to the app itself. Yeah, I'll do this. I don't really know what to do. For now, I'll leave it off. Connect to hosted DB. Open up your repository for your hosted instance of Chatbot UI. Okay. Oh, I'm already in it. Let me separate these tabs. So open up your repository for your hosted instance of Chatbot UI. In the first migration file, Supabase migrations, here, you will need to replace two values with the values you got above. Okay, so here, going to Supabase migrations 2024 0108 23 45 40 setup SQL. We'll need to replace two values with the values you got above. Project URL on line 53. So right here, I'm gonna come back to my env, make sure it's barely visible, and get this. So now I've got the whole project URL. Actually, yeah, project ref. Oh yeah, okay. Use the project URL value from above. Okay, good. So project URL is this. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna be using the service role key. So once again, let me just come here, shut this off. Put a post-it note so I don't forget. Stick it on there real good, like, and then I'm gonna copy my project URL, copy that, and copy it into this migrations setup SQL. So copy the project URL, paste it there, and then copy the service role key. Also paste it where it says service role key. And then what does it want me to do? Now open a terminal. Okay, so I think I'm no longer needing to work in here, so I'll close these and bring the non-viewers back in. Cool. Future viewers. Now open a terminal in the root directory of your local Chatbot UI repository. Right here. Open terminal in the root directory of your local Chatbot UI repository. We will execute a few commands here. Log into Supabase by running Supabase login. Hello from Supabase. Press enter to open browser and log in automatically. Well done. Now close this window, go back to your terminal and hack away. If you ever want to remove your new token, go to Access Tokens page. So here's your login link. Your token is now being generated and securely encrypted. This is my token, created successfully. You're now logged in. Happy coding. So we logged in. Next, link your project by running the following command with the project ID you got above. So I'll just copy this, paste it in, and place the project ID with the project ID. Once again, temporarily turn this off and grab our project ID from the env. This is the project ID, copy that, copy, close the env, and paste it in there. So link your project by running the following command with the project ID you got above. Supabase link project ref, project ID. Your project should now be linked. Enter your database password or leave blank to skip. Okay. Where did I save my database password? File. Saved it in the text editor. So come over here to my, why is my text editor? They put it in utilities, don't they? It's frustrating. Applications, text edit. Paste this to my bottom of my page, keep it in my doc, and find my API key file. With the Supabase password in it. Copy it, close this, enter it. Okay, I don't know if it actually entered, so I'm command seeing everything. And I guess I'll just enter it manually. So writing assistant. Okay, so I don't want to enter this manually. Let me see, so it won't respond. So I think I'm pretty safe if I just copy it and just paste it and hit enter. Failed to connect. Okay, let me try it again. So Supabase link, copy, enter your database password. Okay, we'll do it the old-fashioned way. So let's go. Finish Supabase link. Awesomeness. Close this. Nothing's exposed right now that I can't let be exposed, so bring this back in. And your project should now be linked. Finally, push the database to Supabase by running Supabase db push. What's it asking me exactly? Do you want to push these migrations to your remote database? Yes. Applying migration, finish Supabase db push. Your hosted database should now be set up. Set up front end with Vercel. Go to Vercel and create a new project. So let's make these side by side. We're going to add new project. In the setup page, import your GitHub repository for your hosted instance of Chatbot UI, which is this right here. Within the project settings and the build and development settings, Switch framework preset to Next.js. It already is. I'm gonna name this Steven AI. I hope I don't already have a project with that name. Let me just triple check. No, I don't. Great. Okay. Come back here. Name it Steven AI. And then set a page. So import the GitHub repo within the project settings in the build and development settings section. Project settings in the build and development settings section. Switch framework preset to Next.js. In environment variables, add the following from the values you got above. So environment variables, next public Supabase URL. So once again, let's just private this stuff for safety concerns. Paste that up there. Oops. We good? Looks straight. So stay on there though. Come on, don't fall off. And we're gonna, so next public Supabase URL. Well, here's the thing. Are you sure you want me to do that one? Because that's my local URL. I think really what I'm supposed to connect is my project URL. I believe this is the case, but I'll know if I run into issues. I'll come here and I'll change my environment variables. So Supabase anon key. Supabase service role key. Oops. I entered my Supabase service role key as my anon key. Can I control Z that? No, I can't. Let's just start from scratch. So next public Supabase URL key. So this project URL. Add that. And then my next public Supabase anon key is this. Copy that, paste that. My Supabase service role key. Copy that and paste or copy this too. Add that, and then the next public Llama URL only needed when using local Llama models. Skip that. You can also add API keys as environment variables. So I'll use my OpenAI API key. Paste this and grab it from here. Add that. Now I also have some API keys from a different project for setting a connection up to some other monitoring stuff that I'm gonna add. So I'm gonna come to my documents. Actually no, it's in my name here. Hope I don't start confusing myself. Cause yeah, where actually is this? Is it here? I think it's here. Give me 1 second, gang. I'm just searching for something. Don't worry too much about any of this. I mean, if anybody in the future is watching this trying to follow along with what I'm doing. Wait. Hold on, sorry. Then this stuff is all probably very outdated anyway. Remove that. Just signing in with the passkey using a QR code right now. To a separate thing. Don't worry about it. I'm just trying to figure out this environment variable because I have this monitoring set up for my chatbot with Lang Smith because I built it using LangChain. And regardless, I might end up rebuilding it now. Well, no, I do intend to maintain. I don't know. It depends really on what I see when I start messing around. Right now, I'm just setting this up. I haven't even really customized this app yet, but I just need to remember the environment variable configuration I had set up. And I deployed a server, like the back end to this project in Heroku. And I remember I had to set up the environment variables here. And I just got a new computer. So instead of going to my old laptop, which is actually what I ought to do now that I think about it. Or, you know what I'll do since this is going a little annoyingly, is I'm still private, right? Cool. Just gonna go to my file with all of my API keys, and I'm sure I'll see everything I need in here. So I'll copy copy this in case it's needed. But what did I save it as? All right. Give me 1 second. Is this charged? Of course it's not. Of course it's not. Is it? No. So while I'm getting this set up, Let me just make sure this is still going. Cool. Okay. Yeah, it's crazy. I got mad screens right now. Like I got this on the top. I'm talking to you on the screen. This screen. It's a lot. It's a lot. And sometimes I just sit and I think and I look around at my fridge and my keyboard, my speakers, and you know, it just amazes me that I feel like I'm really living in the future compared to just how things have been for all of human history. It's insane. So, copy this. Okay. Oh, awesome. I have all the API keys I need right here already open. So, keeping this private. Sucks that I have to do this manually, but it's got to be done. This is dangerous to do manually, actually. Let me see. I might have this in my iCloud drive. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, iCloud. Okay, great. So, just copy this. Okay, I think I have all the environment variables I need. So for the full list of environment variables, please refer to env.local.example file. If the environment variables are set up for API keys, we'll disable the input for the user settings. Click deploy and wait for your front end to deploy. So let me triple check that I have all of the necessary environment variables. OpenAI API information, next public OpenAI organization ID, Azure API information. I'm not going to mess with these. General configuration, optional, email domain whitelist. No. Okay. It looks like we've got everything we need. So let me navigate off of the environment variables page to it doesn't matter. Okay. And these are all exposed right now, so let me not bring you guys back in, but for now, I don't think I need to do anything else but hit deploy, right? Yeah. Let's go. Let's deploy it. Let's hope it works. Okay. So now I can bring you back in. Let me full screen this real quick. Screen capture. Cool. Check it out. It's building right now on Vercel. Let's put this right here. This is always a scary moment because the difference that it can make if it just goes smoothly versus if you get an error can mean an hour or a day or days of debugging time. Realistically, an hour to a day, which is still a very, very lot and a very big knock to just trying to get anything done, you know? But I feel pretty confident. Well, famous last words, but I followed this along to essentially a T. And click deploy and wait for your front end to deploy. Once deployed, you should be able to use your hosted instance of Chatbot UI via the URL Vercel gives you. We're working on a guide for contributing. Okay, let's see how this goes. It's been a minute and 17, 18, 19, 20. While this is doing this, I'm gonna get some more coffee. it's really exciting to me, um, just how deep this tech is gonna go. Like, I know I'm building this project, and it's a great, this is for a business, and it's a great learning experience too. But I know that the next step after we get MVP out, like version 1, is, well, maybe not next step. I don't know if it'll be version 2, most likely version 3 or 4, but incorporating like some text to speech, speech to text, 11 labs integration, and especially once we make it mobile. Like, I just want to have, and then like that's all speaking to the learning experience of it. My real personal goal and desire, well, not, it's one of my many goals, but the day that I can just talk to my own local model on my phone, and none of that data is going to anybody but me, and it has a real voice. That's the dream. So congratulations, it deployed. You just deployed a new project to Vercel, and let's make this full screen real quick, because now we're good with this. We click deploy, we waited for the front end to deploy. Once deployed, you should be able to use your hosted instance of Chatbot UI via the URL Vercel gives you. We made it through the whole README. So let's separate these tabs and focus on our new Vercel project. Everything's visible, right? Audio's good, cool. So congratulations, you just deployed a new project to Vercel. Next steps, instant previews, push a new branch to preview changes instantly. Add domain, add a custom domain to your project. Enable speed insights, track how users experience your site over time. Let's go to continue to dashboard. And we have this deployment here. So let's check it out. Visit the page. Okay, start chatting. So now I'm wondering, right, if I just make up a website, the hope is that it will realize that this is made up, and it won't. Let's do just password for the password. It shouldn't let me sign up, but it does. Okay, so let me note that down. Oh my goodness. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. This is such a, see, it's nice, it's fun coding like publicly. I just hate that you have to worry. I mean, in all things in life, right? You always have to worry about scammers. It's never a fun thing, but it's a real thing. I guess scammers isn't the right word, but like my one of my coworkers on this team that I'm building this project with, right? He told me about how his friend got scammed, like his friend who lives in Miami was just so sick of getting scammed that he made him do like a prove your human test. He was like, no, hold up, tell me where we met. And it just spoke to, especially it's relevant to this tech, it's just, and as AI increases in its efficiency and its ability to just mimic human behavior, we're all going to need to do prove your human tests on a daily basis. Maybe that's an exaggeration. It's probably definitely an exaggeration, but still the fact that like human to human we're doing prove your human tests is really funny to me, because it's just, we live in scam world. I mean, I feel like a lot of money exchange in general is a scam on some level. But anyway, enough philosophy. Or whatever that is. Save the password. Nah, don't save that. Username. Damn, it really let me sign in on a fake one. Alright, well, I guess whatever. Test. Don't need to do this, or at least we shouldn't need to do that. Setup complete. You're all set up. Welcome to Chatbot UI test. Click next to start chatting. Next. So, given the fact that we set up the API key in the environment variables, if I just do hi, this should work. Great. Okay, so now now comes the fun part. We've now cloned this Chatbot UI repo and gotten it set up locally, gotten it set up publicly, have the database, and everything should be great. So now what we need to do is we need to look at the code and see what we need to customize in order to get this to fit my use case. So back here in the code, let's check it out. Let's see what we're looking at really. So we have this test, an OpenAI conversation. Unfortunately, this is in JavaScript entirely, which is fine. I mean, I've been learning JavaScript, but I built the initial prototype of this project in Python. So this is going to be a learning experience. But here we have test. So import, let me not do that. Import OpenAI to functions. OpenAI API to functions, const valid schema URL, JSON stringify, OpenAI. So just setting up. So we have this info title get weather data. This is setting up functions. Retrieves current weather data for a location. Servers from weather.example.com. Is this a real website? No, it's not. Paths, location, get temperatures for a specific location. Operation ID, get current weather parameters. Name location, in query, the description of the city and state to retrieve the weather from. Required true, schema type string. Summary, get description of weather for a specific location. Okay, so this is creating this valid schema. This is describe, extract OpenAI API data for URL. It should parse a valid OpenAI URL schema. Get weather data. So I think this is just giving an example of like how we can create functions exactly. Let's ask Copilot just to be sure. So based on the structure of the workspace, what purpose is this, or I'll say purpose does this OpenAI conversation.test.ts file seem to serve? Yeah, okay, so it's likely used for testing the functionality related to OpenAI conversations in your application. It's common practice to write tests for different parts of your application to ensure they work as expected. These tests can be run automatically, for example, before deploying new versions of the application. The tests in this file probably involve the OpenAI API and how your application interacts with it. So we have a test here. We have GitHub funding. If you find my open source work helpful, please consider supporting me. Shout out to McKay Wrigley. Just for cleaning purposes though, I'm gonna delete this file. See, so far I've made some changes. Let's just do git add commit. Let's do Supabase and cell setup plus some cleanup. Okay. Let's keep cleaning it up. So Husky was in here. Let's git ignore Husky shell. Oh. With this one viewer, you're just gonna see me kind of going through here and doing a lot of cleanup, but I'm grateful to you for viewing. You know, this is just all about building in public, and I'm building a user interface for a OpenAI based chatbot, and this is for an actual business, and we have to have this user interface active in a week because we're gonna bring in some clients to sort of onboard them into this. This whole project is sort of is addendum the right word? Addendum to an existing business. Define addendum. An item of additional material added at the end of a book or document, typically in order to correct, clarify, or supplement something. Is there a less professional version of it, that which is to be added? So it's just an add-on. I just like using big words. So yeah, it's an add-on to an existing business though. So Husky, let's see this. Based on the structure of the workspace, what purpose does this husky.sh file seem to serve? let me make a note for all of this so I could just kind of go through this all simpler. Notes.txt. So tests. Probably actually gonna make this markdown, but whatever. Run tests on OpenAI API functionality .husky. The husky.shell file is part of the Husky configuration in your project. Husky is a tool that can prevent bad git commit, git push, and more by automatically running tasks such as linters, formatters, or tests before these actions are completed. The husky.sh file is a shell script that Husky uses to set up git hooks. It's located in the .husky directory of your project. The pre-commit file in the same directory is a specific git hook that Husky will run before each commit. This can be used to automatically format your code or run tests before you commit your changes. So every time I do git commit, this shell is automatically activated and checks the code. What happens if things aren't formatted properly? Does it lint it automatically? Does it throw an error and stop it from committing, or something else? I'm gonna guess it lints it automatically. I'm gonna guess, I don't know. That's my guess. Yes, when you run git commit, activates the scripts defined in the pre-commit hook. This hook is typically used to run tasks like linting and testing. What happens when the code isn't formatted properly or fails a test depends on the specific tasks you've set up in the pre-commit hook. So we come back here. There's no pre-commit, or at least there's no word in there. So if z husky zip init then debug, if husky debug equals 1, then echo husky debug. Read only hook name, base name 0, debug starting hook name. If husky equals 0, then debug husky environment variable is set to 0, skipping hook. If husky rc, then debug sourcing husky rc. Read only husky skip init 1, export husky skip init, shell e1. If exit code, then husky hook name, hook exited with code exit code. I hate that, like, Copilot acts like it can't just read the file. Just tell me what's in it. For some weird reason, I have to go incognito every time I want to use ChatGPT. It's just really, really, really annoying because I used to use it all the time. I still use it every day, but I used to spam it. I used to use it like for everything. Now I have to be more selective because I just hate the extra clicks. Explain contents. This script is part of the Husky package, which is used to manage git hooks in a project. Git hooks are scripts that run automatically every time a particular event occurs in a Git repository, such as before a commit or push. Husky simplifies the process of adding, removing, and managing these scripts. Here's a breakdown of what this specific script does. Shebang line. This is the shebang line, which tells the system to execute the script with sh shell. Initial check for husky skip init. The script starts by checking if the husky skip init variable is unset or empty. This is to prevent the script from reinitializing if it's already running. Debug function definition. A debug function is defined, checks if the husky debug environment variable is set to 1. If so, it echoes debug messages. This helps in debugging by providing insights into what the script is doing at various stages. Git hook name. It determines the name of the current git hook by extracting the base name of the script. $0 being executed. This name is stored in the variable hook name. Check for husky environment variable. If the husky environment variable is set to 0, The script will output a debug message indicating the hook is skipped, and then exit with a status code of 0. Success without executing any further. Source husky rc. If a file name .huskyrc exists in the home directory, it's sourced. This allows custom configurations or environment variables to be loaded. So let's go check for that. Looking for .huskyrc. So it doesn't actually exist here. So maybe this is unnecessary. I'm not sure. I'll leave it for now. Set and export husky skip init. To prevent reinitialization, husky skip init is set to 1 and exported. This marks the initialization has occurred. Re-execute script with original parameters. The script then re-executes itself with the original parameters. $@ but in a new shell instance, shell E. This is likely done to ensure the environment variables and its settings just defined are properly used in subsequent execution. Capture exit code after re-execution. The exit code of the last command, $? Is captured in exit code error handling. If exit code is non-zero, indicating an error, a message is printed indicating that the hook that failed in the exit code. Specifically, if exit code is 127, it indicates a command within the hook could not be found in the system's path, and an appropriate message is displayed. Exit script. Finally, the script exits with the exit code of the re-executed command, effectively passing the success or failure status back to the shell. In summary, this husky script manages the execution of Git hooks, providing debug support, handling custom configurations, and ensuring the hooks only initialize once to avoid recursive calls. It's part of the mechanism that allows developers to automate tasks and checks associated with Git operations. So, come back in here. We'll ask Copilot, does it appear this husky .sh is actually active and being used? There's no .huskyrc file in my root directory, but I'm not sure if it's safe to delete this file. For now, we'll leave it, but we'll add to the notes that what is this doing? The husky.sh file is part of the husky configuration, but it's not the only file that determines whether husky is active. The presence of a pre-commit file in the .husky directory suggests that husky is set up to run some tasks before each commit. However, the absence of a .huskyrc file doesn't necessarily mean that husky isn't configured. Husky can also be packaged directly in the package.json file under the husky key. Before deciding to delete the husky.sh file, I recommend checking the package.json file and the pre-commit file in the husky directory. Okay, great. So for now, let's just do manages the execution of Git hooks. Provides debug support, handles custom configuration, and ensures the hooks only initialize once to avoid recursion calls. Okay. So for now, we'll leave it. It's fine. Let's keep moving, right? So next, we have this cache. We have what even is this? I don't know what that is. Webpack. Typically, I believe it makes sense to ignore the .next contents of a .next file, right? Pretty sure I can leave it. Yes, you're correct. In a Next.js application, the .next directory is generated automatically by Next.js during the build process. This directory contains the output of the build process, including compiled pages, chunks, and other assets necessary for the application to run in production or during development. Okay, so, and it's ignored, correct? Oops. Whatever. Oh. Okay, get ignore, this is where I need to be. And next is ignored. Cool. So, ignore that for now. App locale. So, I know that since this is in brackets, it's kind of like a setup folder that like holds things. So, we have this chat page right now. Let's open up this notes. So, app locale. What page am I in? I'm in app locale workspace ID. Chat. Okay, and so importing use client, import chat help from components chat help, import use chat handler from components chat hooks, use chat handler. So we're just importing a bunch of components here. So we have the chat help, use chat handler, chat input, chat settings, chat UI, quick settings, brand, chatbot UI context, import use hotkey, use theme, use context. So we're exporting this default function. We have this chat page. Use hotkey O, handle new chat, use hotkey L, handle focus chat input, const chat messages equals use context, chatbot UI context, const handle new chat, handle focus chat input, use chat handler, const theme, use theme, return chat messages dot length, div class name, div this class name, brand theme dark light. So brand theme equals dark. If so, dark. If not, light. Let's check out brand real quick. Well, that's not the most necessary thing. That's easy to fix. We have this quick settings. So if we're looking at the actual user interface, right? Let's minimize this. If we come over here to visit our app, which this is the public version. So if I'm thinking about what page this is, so looking at all our pages, right? In the app, this is the API. So we don't need to worry about this right now. This is the auth. We don't need to worry about this. We're focused on this locale folder. So within here, this is like the front end, right? So within here, we have the main page. This is importing chatbot UI SVG from components icons chatbot UI SVG. So that's where the logo comes from, which you don't need to worry about right now. And we're importing the icon arrow right from Tabler icons React. We're importing use theme from next themes. We're importing link from next link, and export default function homepage const theme equals use theme. Return div class name. So a div, and inside the div we have the chatbot UI SVG. So that's the logo. We have this. Let's change this to Steven AI. Link class name. Let's change it to your trucking assistant. Start chatting. we'll do start chatting with your trucking assistant, because this is a project for essentially trucking owner operators. And cool, so I'll just homepage customization. What's next? Cool. So in loading, we have this import icon loader 2 from Tabular Icons React. Export default function loading return div class name icon loader 2. So we're importing an icon loader from this Tabular icons loader right here. Where would that be? I'm not sure. Let's leave it for now. It doesn't seem too important to change. Back in here, layout, import toaster from components UI Sunner, import global state from components utility global state, import providers from components utility providers, import translations provider, import init translations, import database from Supabase types, import create server client from Supabase SSR, import metadata viewport from Next, import enter from Next font Google, import cookies from Next headers, import React node from React, import globals.css. So we have this const enter for the font. I have this app name. I'm going to change these. Const app default title. App title template. App description. Steven AI chat truckers. Interface. Root layout props, children React node, params, locale string, export const metadata, application name, app name, title. So this is just taking all these constants we defined up here and making them our metadata. Manifest, Apple web app, capable true, status bar style black, title app default title, format detection. So this is an area where we could add a startup image, but it's fine. Open graph, website, app name, Twitter, card, summary, title, app default title, cool. Export const viewport, theme color is black, const namespace, translation, export default async function, root layout, children params locale, root layout props, const cookie store equals cookies, const Supabase equals create server client database, process.env.next public Supabase URL, cookies get name string, return cookie store, get name value, const session, await Supabase auth, get session, resources await init translations, return, language suppress hydration warning, body enter.class name, providers, attribute class, translations provider, toaster rich colors position, this class name, background color, session global state children. Okay, cool. This is just some setup stuff. And here we have these unknown at rule tailwind. Ignore that for now. Where is it pulling that from? So this is just setting some style stuff, which we can leave for now. This is all fine. So we have within here we have a setup page, a login page, a help page, and the main workspace. So real quick, I'm just going to get some advice on whether, first of all, I'll delete this. I'll leave it for now. Pretty sure it's safe to delete, but not you. Well, I guess I could ask you, but I'm already paying for the real ChatGPT, so where is it though? Right here. So as I'm editing a project that I have deployed to Vercel with a connection to my GitHub. I'm committing often to save changes, but how often should I be pushing? The frequency of pushing your commits to GitHub, especially for a project deployed on Vercel with continuous deployment, depends on a few factors, including the nature of your changes, your workflow, and collaboration needs if you're working with a team. Here are some general guidelines to help you decide feature completion. Consider pushing once a significant feature or a clearly defined unit of work has been completed and locally tested. This ensures that each push represents a meaningful progression. Continuous integration, continuous deployment. Since Vercel can automatically deploy your project upon each push to your connected GitHub repo, it's wise to push changes that you're confident will break your production environment. If you're working on larger features, you might use feature branches and only push to your main branch when the feature is ready and tested. Collaboration. If you're working with others, pushing your changes more frequently ensures your team has access to the latest version of the code base. This helps in reducing merge conflicts and keeping everyone on the same page. Work sessions. Some developers like to push at the end of a work session or day if the changes made are stable. This can also serve as a point of backup for your work. Use of branches. Make extensive use of branches for development, especially for new features or experimental changes. Push your commits to these branches frequently. This doesn't affect the main or production branch and keeps your work safe on GitHub. Merge these branches into the main branch when you're ready. Avoid disruption. Avoid pushing incomplete or unstable changes to branches that automatically deploy to your production environment. This is critical to ensure the stability of your live application. Backup and collaboration. Regular pushes serve as backups and facilitate easier collaboration and code reviews. Balancing act. It's a balancing act between keeping your repository up to date and not overwhelming your CI/CD pipeline with unnecessary deployments. For personal projects, you might lean towards pushing less frequently, while in a team setting, more frequent pushes might be beneficial for collaboration. Best practice. A best practice is to commit your changes frequently, then push once you've reached a logical stopping point where your application is in a stable state, or when you need feedback or collaboration from your team. This approach ensures that your GitHub repository stays up to date without compromising the stability of your deployed application. So what I'll do here is, instead of going to push this, we have it running right now locally. So let's just check right here, Stephen AI. So if okay, this is the same. This all seems like it might be the SVG that was referred to earlier. But if I come here, log out, so this still is the same. I don't know why that's all that. But at least in the sidebar right now, it's calling it Stephen AI. So did I really make the password all that? No, I didn't. Pretty sure it's just password. No. Okay, cool. But in the sidebar, let's just check it out. We have these presets, we have prompts, we have models, we have files, we have collections, we have assistants, we have tools. Probably gonna end up deleting most of that, or at least hiding it for now. Quick settings and items found. Don't need to end up having this. Okay, so let's keep moving through the repo. So where's the setup page? This is within chat. So if I just do this, come to my chat page, and that is in workspace ID. So if I clear the workspace ID, if I just go to localhost 3000, this is where I come. Start chatting. So that's no, it's too much. Let's just bring it back here. See how that upset it. Okay, start chatting. Let's delete this. Cool. Still has this logo, which I want to get rid of. see how that looks. Okay. Then it comes to this. So this is, where are we now? We are in the workspace chat. But let's keep checking out these less crucial pages first. So if I come to setup, what do I see? Again, it brings me to workspace chat. If I come to login / password, what do we see? Okay, change password. I like that. This is all fine. Don't need to change that probably. Help. Help. I need somebody. Help. Help under construction. Okay. We could probably edit the help page later, but for now, we'll just leave a note that that needs to be edited. So for app, this is in locale. Oops. This is in help page.tsx. If we go check it out, right now it's just saying, oh, I opened it over here. Close, saved. Oops. Where were we? Locale. Help. So right now it just says help under construction. So let's put that right there. Leave a note. Edit this. And then let's get into the real stuff. So app locale workspace chat page. This is where we were before. This is the main page, right here. So that's what we're looking at with this code, and it's using client. It's importing Chatbot UI context from context. It's importing use context from React, and exports this default function workspace page with a, so the selected workspace equals the use context Chatbot UI context, and it's returning this div class name with this flex hgreen w full flex call item center justify center div class name text for excel selected workspace dot name. So really, to understand this page, we have to understand the hold on. Oh, this is just the workspace page. So if I come here and I get rid of chat, okay, this is home. Seems like people wouldn't really ever end up here. At least that's not the intention. So don't need to worry about this too much. What we are concerned with is this page right here. Come back here. That's this page. So we're using client. We import chat help, chat handler, chat input, chat settings, chat UI, quick settings, brand, chatbot UI context, use hotkey, use theme, and use context. We have this page function we're exporting. We use hotkey O, use hotkey L. Yeah, I remember I looked through this kind of, but let me just look through it again. So we have this const chat messages equals use context. So chat messages is coming from use context for from React, and Chatbot UI context is passed to it as a prop. Chatbot UI context is coming from our context. Let's break this up so it's easier to read. Chatbot UI context is passed to it as a prop. This is being imported from at context. So if we go to our context folder, context, so importing tables from Supabase types, we import chat file, chat message, chat settings, LLM, message image, open router, LLM, workspace image from at types, import assistant image, at types image assistant image, import valid env keys from types valid keys, import dispatch, set state action, create context from React, interface chatbot UI context, profile store, profile tabs, profiles, null, set profile dispatch, item store, assistants, set assistants, collections, set collections, chats, set chats, files. So it's just grabbing all of this stuff from our Supabase types. So from our Supabase database, it seems. Chatbot UI context, our profile store, yeah, tables profile, yeah. So it's grabbing all of this from our Supabase database. And if we go over to look at our Supabase, where is our stuff? What's this down here? Client libraries. So we can see here in messages, we have one profile. We have one profile, we have one workspace, we have two messages, and nothing else. No assistant collections, no assistant files, no assistant tools, no assistant workspaces, assistants, chat files, chats. We have one chat, we have collection files, collection workspaces, collections. So I'm gonna really need to get a firm understanding of everything that's going on in here at some point. Schema visualizer. Oh, this is cool. Yeah, I'm gonna really need to learn Supabase. This is cool though. Just from a GUI perspective, it's satisfying, right? Look at this motion. Looks like a bunch of ants. That's cool. Right now, I'm looking for what? I'm looking for collections. What am I looking for? Chatbot UI context is being pulled. Chatbot UI context from context. And this context is coming from our, so we find the profile, we set the profile, we get the assistants, we set it, get collections, get and set chats, files, folders, models, presets, prompts. Might need to look into the prompts. For adding Steven AI system message. Look into Supabase prompts. There, I'll just Supabase presets, models store. This is where it sets the models. Right now, I have it set to just automatically do OpenAI. But if we come to the interface, So there's still this, which I don't like. We don't need to have this, but we can set the prompt here, which is actually pretty convenient. So for example, first of all, let me check if this is connected to my Langsmith, which is what I have set up to try to monitor. I say try because I don't know if it's working currently with this new repo. But if I come here, so it looks like it's not, because this is from 2 days ago. This is from several days ago. Okay, so even though I passed it the environment variable for this connection, it's not set up correctly right now. So I have to figure out, where is this? Okay, let's move these inessentials down here. So right now, this is the most important thing for us to focus on. After that, this is probably going to be the next most important thing. So I'll call it Langsmith connection. I'll call this chat page plus logic. So for the Langsmith connection, even though the LangChain environment variable is entered into Vercel, we're still not getting the tracked, what would you say, interactions in the Langsmith project. But here, what I can do, oh, that gave me hope for a second. What I can do is I can come to this hub, I can go to my prompts, I can copy the current instructions that we're doing, and I can bring these over here. Get over here. And let's leave the temperature there. Context length, that's, I think, fine. Chats include profile context, that's great. Chats include workspace instructions. Right now we don't have workspace instructions. We don't have profile context, but if I add this prompt in here, so first of all, let me not add it in there, and let me ask it a relevant question. How do I, so let me just ask it what its name is. What is your name? I'm an AI developed by OpenAI, so I don't have a name. But if I start a new chat and I enter these instructions, let's see. What is your name? My name is Stephen AI. Awesome. Okay. I gotta figure out, please tell me it didn't end this. What is going on? Just, my audio got all weird. Can't hear anything. It's weird. 1 2 1 2, still recording, but I can't hear what I want to hear. And I heard a weird dictation. That's fine. It's just a microphone. Okay, great. 1 2 1 2, still recording, cool. So 1,000 plus girls photos chat. It's really crazy that that's just allowed to be there. So I wonder how much money they're paying. So okay, cool. Let me leave a note. Langsmith connection. Make that 3. System message. So right now, if we pass in the instructions in the prompt field, in the upper right corners, settings box, we get the desired responses, but this needs to be hard coded, and this box needs to be removed. So where is this box coming from? If we come back here, so if we go to start a new chat, this needs to be handled, that right there. So where is that on our page? So we have this chat page, use hotkey O. So chat messages equals use context, const handle new chat, handle focus chat input, const theme, return chat message dot length, div with brand theme, div quick settings. It's being imported from components chat quick settings. I think that's what that is. Absolute right top, yeah. So, oh wait, no. Quick settings, absolute left chat settings. Chat settings is what we need to handle and make private. So right now it's importing chat settings from components chat settings. So let's check this out. Components chat settings. And here we have it's importing Chatbot UI context. From context / context, it's importing chat setting limits. It's importing use hotkey. It's importing LLM ID, model provider. From types, importing icon adjustments, horizontal. Importing FC, use context, use effect, use ref. Imports button. Imports chat settings form. It's importing popover content, popover trigger. Interface chat settings props. Export const chat settings, FC chat settings props, use hotkey I, handle click, const chat settings, set chat settings models, available hosted models, available local models, available open route. So let's think about this in an integrated way. So for now, I'll close these, and I'll even close this for now so that I can look at these side by side. So I believe that I'm correct in thinking that this is linked to this code. Make it half the page. So what we need to do is make a way to make this prompt hard-coded into every single workspace and chat. So right now we have chat settings props, export const chat settings. So return chat settings. So use effect if not chat settings return. Set chat settings temperature, math.min. So chat settings.temperature. And where's it getting that? So we're importing chat settings form, but okay. So place prompt. No. So clearly this stuff is being imported from somewhere. Let me see if I can get an understanding from DevTools. we come back to this page, app, locale, page, no, workspace ID page. Oh no, workspace ID chat right here. Okay, so this, div text LG. Let's do text LG. Huh. So it's importing it from somewhere. It's importing it from chat settings, huh? Class name, absolute right. Yeah, so we're looking at the chat settings. We're in the right place over here. So we come over here. Text LG, this is what we're looking at, right? Pop over content, class name, chat settings form is what we need to be looking at. So chat settings form is being imported from UI. So I think this means that app, locale, workspace, chat. Where's the UI file? Okay, so the dot dot at the start of the import path means that the file is being imported from one directory up or back from the current file's location. Given that the active file is chat settings.tsx, this is in components. Okay, I see here. UI, chat settings form. So this is what we're looking at right here. And where's the prompt? Okay. So you have this label prompt, text area size, class, background placeholder. You are a helpful AI assistant. So if I just paste in these instructions in the placeholder, so on value change prompt is equal to on chat settings prompt value chat settings dot prompt. Are we importing chat settings from somewhere? Chat settings from add types. reading that. Chat settings from at types. So we're in types, right? We are in types. I'm looking for chat settings, but I'm not seeing it. Types index. Wait, is this the right page I want it to be on? No, I navigated off the page I wanted to be on. It was UI. Chat settings form. The question is, should I add the instructions, like the system message that I've designed, into this placeholder, or should I have it pull it from somewhere else? Right now, I mean, the hackable way to do it seems to be add the system message to this placeholder and just make this whole box invisible and configure the settings in here. I'll make a note about this. Notes, where's my notes? Don't navigate me off the page though. So in copy path, how do I do that? Copy path. The current prompt is default prompt seems to be connected to whatever string is assigned to the placeholder variable, but my question is, in order to pass the Steven AI system message to every user, should I just replace current placeholder string with our designed system message, or is there another more proper, well, let's say more proper / efficient way of doing it? Because ultimately it just needs to work, right? It just needs to work. And if we can solve the problem by just passing in these instructions right in here, and then making this all like blind to users, that's fine for now. Something to think about, but I'm about to take a bio break, so give me 1 second. How we looking? Cool. got the full mad scientist hair going on right now. I really need a haircut, but I told myself I'd really get my stuff together after this is done. So I'm just really in go mode, and I've been like that for a while now. Don't have time to go to the barbershop, honestly. All right, so I feel like I have a decent understanding of this. My goal right now is to just get a full overview of the entire page, so I'm gonna leave this stuff alone for right now. But I have an understanding, right? For while I'm working on this, ultimately, let me just write this down. Ultimately, it seems I can configure these settings as they ought to be globally, and then before testing with users, we can hide the component from the page. But this formatted way of editing things seems useful for behind the scenes. So for now, what's the next thing I want to get an understanding on? So quick settings, it keeps doing this no items found thing, and it's been doing that. I do want to get to the nav bar, but for now, I also do want to understand whether I can just, like, what is this supposed to be? And how can should I just make that invisible too? So this, if I go to app, locale, workspace, chat, page, it's quick settings is being imported from where? Quick settings, components, chat, quick settings. So components, chat, quick settings. This is supposed to have a lot of stuff, it looks like. But for some reason, so maybe, let's see, if I edit something in here, will it show up in quick settings? I don't even want to really get too much into it, because right now you can create workspaces. That's pretty cool. Workspace settings, this is your home workspace for personal use. Defaults, GPT-4 Turbo, prompt, your friendly helpful AI assistant. So right now it seems like whatever gets written in here is overriding whatever we put in here, which users, we don't want them to be able to do this. Yeah, this should all be off limits to users. So quick settings has me a little bit confused. I think it's pulling from other settings, so it might be more high level than I ought to deal with, and than I want to deal with right now. First of all, what changes have I made? Changed notes, changed the layout, and hit the logo. Let me just commit those. So edited, edited out logo, and changed name for homepage. Oh. Cool. So let's deal with this nav bar then, huh? So back in page, not here. App locale, workspace ID, chat, page. We have the brand. Should be an easy thing to edit and make progress on, but I'll leave it alone for right now. We have chat settings, which is what we're dealing with. Chat input, chat help. Where is this being pulled from? Let me see. This is where my noobness at dealing with front end stuff is showing, because I feel like this ought not to be this difficult just to find where this is coming from, but I'm a noob, so we're just pushing through it. So this is not where I need to be. Get into workspace. To determine which file in your code is responsible for the nav bar shown in the screenshot, You can follow these steps. 1. Browser developer tools. Use the developer tools in your browser, often open by pressing that. Use the Elements or Inspector tab to view the HTML structure of your page. Hover over or select elements in the DOM tree until you find the element that corresponds to the nav bar. Look for clues in the code. Once you found the element in the Elements panel, you can look for any identifiers like ID, class, or data attributes. Class names or IDs can give you hints about the naming conventions used and where they might be located in your source code. Search your source code. Use your code editor search functionality to look for the class names or IDs that you found in the developer tools. If your project is organized by components, you might look in directories named components UI layout or similar. Component hierarchy. If you're using a React-based framework like Next.js, you can also use React developer tools or browser extension that lets you inspect the React component hierarchy. This tool can often show you the file name of component directly in the hierarchy view. So if we come here and I believe how do I access that again? So root. Okay, these are all SVGs. Sidebar switch. Where is this? Rendered by dashboard. Seems like close. In the updated screenshot you provided, the React developer tools are open in the browser and showing the components tab. It's useful for tracking down. Here's how you can proceed. Select the component in the React developer tools. Select the component that you suspect is the sidebar. It seems you've already selected a component named dashboard or workspace layout, which might be the parent component of your sidebar. Component source. If you look in the right pane of the React developer tools under the components tab, you might see a section labeled source, which if available will tell you the file name and line number where the component is defined. So if we go back here and come in here, what did it say again? If you look in the right pane of the React developer tools under the components tab, doesn't tell me the source though. Even the source isn't directly indicated, you use the props and states sections in the right pane to get clues about the nature of the component. You can match to what you have in your code, search in your code base. If the direct source isn't shown, you can search your code base for component names that match what you see in React developer tools. For example, you might look at workspace layout or dashboard. So in components, we have UI dashboard, which is probably what it is. Probably what it is. Let's go to UI. Is there a sidebar? Nav bar. dashboard, sidebar switcher, button, tabs, use hotkey. Okay. Sidebar width 350. Interface, dashboard props, children react node. Export const dashboard, fc dashboard props equals children. Use hotkeys. Set show sidebar. Const path name equals use path name. Const router equals use router. Const search params equals use search params. Const table value. So it's path name, router, search params, tab value. Handle select device file. Content type, set content type. Show sidebar. State true is dragging. Set is dragging on file drop. Maybe using workspace layout. It's a lot of stuff. Man, I'm getting tired just looking at all this stuff. I'm gonna have to understand at least a significant amount of this. I don't need to understand every single thing, right? But I need to understand it enough. Like, okay, high level, right? High level. If the app were to drop today, what needs to be changed? So we need this to be invisible, but we still need these settings set how we want. And we need these to be invisible. Upper right, chat settings, invisible but active. Upper left, quick settings, invisible. Sidebar left mini buttons invisible. I'll say left mini bar invisible. Slash moved. So we just want this. Do we want them to create new workspaces? It's not 100% necessary, honestly. Workspace settings, workspace name, home, workspace image. You could choose an image. How would you like the AR spawn in this workspace? Instructions. These are settings your workspace begins with when selected. So honestly, workspace settings, configuration restricted. Name is okay, but not custom instructions. So yeah, it's fine that they can set the name, but the image and custom instructions, not necessary. The model, no, not necessary. Advanced settings, definitely not necessary. So name is fine. Everything else is okay. Else, preset and hidden. So this will be gone except for this. So profile settings. I guess would it make sense? So for user settings, what would you like the AI to know about you to provide better responses? Profile context. My name is Geo. Profile updated. I'm 25. I own 2 trucks. I don't like that it enters it after every time I hit enter, but it's fine. I have 1 employee and I have an LLC. So let's just reload this, make sure it's got it. Okay, so when we reload, it deletes this prompt. It keeps this though. That's in user settings. And for the defaults, if we so let me make a note of that. Removed. Say removed. User settings moved to bottom of main sidebar. So if I come back over here to my Langsmith and I copy this, I bring this over here, enter this in here, I save it, will that stay on reload? Okay, let's test it. What is your name? No such organization. Huh. So for some reason it's not accessing my OpenAI organization. I didn't add this in here though. Interesting. That's weird. What is your name? What is my name? Okay, so anything I put in user settings So everything I put user settings seems to be persistent as intended. Anything I put in workspace settings for prompt, so not anything, but I'll put prompt I put in workspace settings seems to be persistent as intended. And user information I put in user settings seems persistent. These are all good. Okay, so ultimately username, I guess that's fine, that if it's editable. Profile image, that's fine. Chat display name, these are all fine. So all of this user settings should stay as it is. So API keys, should just be this. Switch from night to day, that's pretty cool. Although we need the instructions to live globally, not just in the workspace. It's one important note. So if I come here to, so this user settings, if I come to workspace settings, honestly, yeah, like I said, the name is fine, but they shouldn't be able to access this. And hidden. System message needs to be set globally. How do I do that? I gotta figure that out. So that's that. New chat. That looks fine, except just gotta change this. And what's this? I don't know. It's a little buggy. Gotta hide this. So if I came here to log out, and I don't know why this is doing that, it's really annoying. Sign up. Let's do test1 at example.com. Password. Password. Sign up. No. Name. Test1. Test1. should not be asked to set API keys on login. Setup complete. Welcome to Chatbot UI test 1. Okay. So, hi. What is your name? Don't have a personal name. Okay. If I come here, this is empty. Okay. So I need to set that stuff globally, but this can all be gone, and this needs to be moved in here. So really, I need to set up the database connection, and I need to set up a database connection, hide some of the high level stuff like that. Just not even hide, just remove it for right now. I could just call it hide. Remove these things. I guess a small victory I can accomplish by the end of today is I could deal with this. Okay, what page am I on now? So that brings you to the public one. That's not desired. So let's address this. So if we come to localhost 3000, app, locale, workspace ID, chat, page. We have to get rid of this brand, right? That's what that is. I like the theme light and dark though. Is that what? Where's brand coming from? Components UI brand. Brand. So href, we want it to take them not to there. Right now it's set up as a link. So class name, cursor pointer flex, href, chatbot UI target blank, rel, and this link has this div within it. So it's importing the chatbot UI SVG. So that's from this same, if we go to icons, chatbot UI SVG, place the current SVG pass within the chatbot UI SVG component with the new SVG pass that you want to display. The SVG you see in the component is defined by the path and rect elements. So path, where's rect? Set by the path and rect elements within the SVG tags. Here are the current parts of the SVG. A rect element, which seems to be the background or a frame for the SVG. The first path element with a D attribute that defines the shapes, probably a speech bubble considering it's a chatbot UI. The second path element with another D attribute that likely represents part of the chatbot or UI elements. To change the SVG, find the new SVG code you want to insert. This will also be in the form of path elements with a D attribute containing the path data. Replace the path elements in your code with new ones. For example, if you have a new SVG path, you would replace the D attribute of the one existing path elements with your new data. Here's a simplified example if we were to change the second path. So here we see, ensure that you maintain the fill attribute logic to keep the same theme color functionality intact. Please note SVGs can be complex and consist of multiple path, rect, circle, and other elements. When modifying SVGs, you should have a good understanding of SVG markup. I have the complete new SVG markup ready to insert. Don't. To change the SVG Chatbot UI logo to a simple Steven AI text logo, you'll have to replace the SVG paths with text elements within the SVG. Here's how you can modify the Chatbot UI SVG component to achieve this. So we're still importing FC from React, interface Chatbot UI SVG props, theme dark light, scale number, export const. Export const Chatbot UI SVG, all that's the same. Const text color equals theme dark FFF. So change text color based on theme. First of all, what changes have I made? Notes, that's fine. So copy this. And return. So returning SVG, same width, scale, height, same sizes, same dimensions. You can remove the rectangle and pass that you no longer need. So you can remove the rectangle and pass that are no longer needed. Add a text element for Steven AI. So all of this goes. This SVG opening tag and SVG closing tag stay. And then this gets added. Right there. And then let's test it out. That's terrible. So, okay, so what we were just editing actually was just the bubble. Okay, good to know. Let's come back here, put that in there, but real quick, let's just walk this back. Cool. I still don't want that there though, but I'll leave it for right now. So clearly this was unfired. Seems there was a misunderstanding. If you want to change the Chatbot UI text while keeping the speech bubble, you would only need to update the text within the SVG, not the bubble shape itself. Here's how you do that. There's no text within this SVG though. It's in a different area. So so we good, right? Check 1 2, check 1 2. Cool. So brand, where's brand again? So app. So components, UI, brand, the link. I see. Hey, okay, cool. Progress. And I guess for right now, could just comment this out. Why did it do that? Don't do that, please. Like, why? Okay. Okay, cool. Still, if we click on that, it's bringing us to here. It's not what we want. I like that it does that. This, what page is this? This is workspace chat. So let's just make that not clickable. Let's make it not a link. So instead of wrapping it in a link, what we could do is copy this, comment this out. Why is it doing that? How can I comment out lines 14 through 25 in the file? In TypeScript and JavaScript, you can comment out multiple lines of code wrapping them in this. Okay. See how I've added that, and yet it's not working as intended. Oh, you know what? I think this might be throwing it off. There we go. And then copy this. Just paste that. Make sure the indentation's right. And now, if we come back here, great. Okay. Hi. So, if we go to just the base URL, what do we get? Stephen AI. And then we click Start Chatting. Come to Stephen AI. Say hi. Information. Okay. Okay. That's good. Okay, one little thing is checked off. Let me commit this. So, you add customized branding for Stephen AI. It's fine. I just don't want to have to change a bunch of stuff. So we'll leave that for now. Also leave this for now. So upright chest center removed. Okay, what's achievable now? I'd say I need to hard code the prompt in there. How do we do this? So highest level, right? If we go to this should not even, just ignore that, and ignore this. I need to hard code this into every workspace, not that, but like a custom message. So so we have chat help, use chat handler, chat input, chat settings. I assume we're going to be dealing either with chat settings, hard-coded system message may go here, chat UI, quick settings, move, brand, Chatbot UI context, hard-coded system message may go here, pinecone database retrieval may also go here. use theme, use context. So where's chat settings being accessed? Oh, okay, no, it's not gonna go there. So for the chat messages are using the context from Chatbot UI context. If we go to context, so it's pulling all this from our database. Import tables, import chat file, chat message, chat setting, LLM, message image, open router, LLM, workspace image from types, import assistant image, import valid env keys, import dispatch, set state action, create context, import Chatbot UI context, profile store profile, item store, tables, assistants, collections, chats, files, folders, models, presets, prompts. So set prompts right now is being pulled from set state action from tables prompts. Retrieval store. Use retrieval is a boolean which is being pulled from set use retrieval dispatch set state action boolean. Source count number, tool store, export UI context equals create context, Chatbot UI context. Profile store, profile null, item store, model store. Okay, so this is the So I'm assuming that we need to edit this retrieval store, and something about here, user input, selected chat, set selected chat messages, set chat messages, chat settings, set chat settings, active chat store. Let's see what it says. So given the context file you've shown, let's address your requirements. 1, static system message. You need to insert a static set of instructions and examples that should be displayed for every interaction. If the current dynamic system messages are managed by the prompts state, you would stop fetching this from the database and instead set a static value. You could remove or comment out the code responsible for setting dynamic prompts from the database and replace it with a static message that you defined. So we could set const static system message equals your static message here, define your static message, and set this message in the initial state of your chat messages, for example. So chat messages equals static system message. So where are we? Passive chat store, passive chat store. So here we have chat messages equals chat message. We're importing that from types, chat message, export interface message, for the static which is pulling it. Wait, no. Definitely don't want to edit that. Should be the prompts. Chat file, chat message, chat settings, LLM, message image. Well, let me look at it. Let me use my brain. So interface, chatbot, UI, context, profile, items. So we have assistants, collections, chats, files, folders, prompts, model store, workspace store, preset store, assistant store, passive chat store, user input, chat messages, chat settings. It's coming from importing chat settings, maybe here. Maybe there. Where are we importing that from? Chat settings, from types, index. So right now there's no chat settings. Is that what it is? So if we I see LLMs. So we're importing our Supabase tables from types, and we're importing chat message and LLM ID. We export this interface chat settings with a schema of prompt needs to be a string, temperature needs to be a number, context length is a number, included, exporting interface chat payload, export interface chat API payload, chat settings is chat settings, and chat settings is chat settings. I really mean it's TS or TSX. Given this, it appears to me that chat message is more of a schema than a setting, but I'm not sure since I'm pretty new to type JavaScript and TypeScript. Do you think setting a global system prompt is as simple as adding my desired system prompt as a string here? Would that based on the file content you've provided, it does seem like the chat settings interface defines the settings for a chat session, and within this, the prompt is a string that is likely used as the initial input or context for the conversation model. The chat settings interface defines the structure of the settings object, which includes the prompt field. However, simply adding a static string to the interface definition won't change the behavior of the application. Instead, you should look for the part of your code that creates or updates the chat settings object and set the prompt field there with your static string. Here's a conceptual example of what you might do. We'd make default chat settings as this. Use default chat settings wherever you initialize a new chat. In the above example, my static prompt will be replaced by the actual system prompt you want to use. This default chat settings object could then be used as a default whenever you start a new chat session to set a global system prompt. Find where chat settings are instantiated. Look for a component or function that starts a new chat setting and sets up the initial chat settings. So chat settings is instantiated in context. Yes, the context.ts file you've provided does offer more insight into how your application manages chat settings, including the prompt. Here's how you could implement a static global prompt. The chat settings is an interface that likely shapes the data for the chat setting state within your chatbot UI context. This context seems to maintain a global state, including the chat settings, which would be used across all chats in the app. To implement a static global prompt, you would need to identify where chat settings is being initialized, look for the place in your code where a new instance of chat settings is created. Often this would be when a new chat session starts. Set the static prompt. Instead of allowing the prompt to be dynamically set from user input or database values, you would set it to a static string that contains the instructions and few shot examples you mentioned. Update set chat settings invocation. You will likely need to find where set chat settings is called in your app and update the value it's passing for the prompt property. This is an example of what this might look like in practice. So wherever you initialize a new chat session, const static prompt equals your static instructions and few shot examples here. When setting up the initial chat settings, set chat settings, current settings prompt, static prompt. By doing this, every time a chat session starts, it would use the static prompt instead of a dynamic one. If the current logic retrieves the prompt from the prompts table in the database, you would override this by setting the prompt directly as shown above and not fetching it from the prompt's state. Remember, since this context holds state for what seems like a global state management system, you'll want to make sure that any changes you make are done in the correct part of the code flow, likely in a chat initialization function, so the static prompt is set at the start of every chat session. Also, regarding your second point about informing every response with documents retrieved from your Pinecone vector database, you'll need to find where the chatbot processes the incoming messages and integrate a call to Pinecone there. This would be a separate piece of functionality and may involve more complex changes to how the chatbot retrieves information and formulates responses. You might consider creating a function that fetches relevant documents from Pinecone and then includes that information in the data sent to the chatbot model for generating responses. So right now, pretty much what it's telling me as far as set chat settings is happening right here. It seems to me that what you mentioned about identifying where chat settings being initialized is happening here. Does that make sense? Help me understand what is currently happening here with the lines also. So this context is being imported from where? So chat settings is currently being imported from components chat settings. Yeah, components chat settings. And this is calling from Chatbot UI context. Okay. context is being called within the following chatbot chat settings. How long is this? Not too long. So this is importing Chatbot UI context from context. Context. Understand flow of data between files where the static instructions ought to be integrated. I'll put this. The context file, context.ts you provided, is where the application's global state is defined using React's create context and use context hooks. This state includes chat settings, which contains configuration. So hold on, let me look at this while I read this. So if I come back here, so the context file right here you've provided is where the application's global state is defined using React's create context. So I'm line 70. So using React's create context and use context hooks. I don't say use context, but whatever. This state includes chat settings, which contains configuration for the chat, such as the model to use, temperature, etc. Let's break down the pieces of the code you've provided. So context.ts, chat settings null. So that's down here. So chat settings null. This declares a state variable, chat settings, that can hold a value of type chat settings or be null. Chat settings dispatch set chat settings dispatch set state action chat settings. This is a function that allows you to update the chat settings state. The flow here is defining what data and functions will be available to components that consume this context. So here, chat settings.tsx. Right here, this file is a React component that seems to utilize the context defined in context.ts. It's responsible for rendering chat settings UI and handling updates to those settings. The use effect hook, so we see so the use effect hook is used to enforce limits on temperature and context length. So use effect, if not chat settings, return set chat settings temperature, chat settings at temperature, context length, chat settings. Okay. The popover component is used to show a user interface where the user can change the chat settings, including choosing a different model or adjusting parameters like temperature and context length. To integrate static instructions, you should find where the chat settings state is initially set with its default values, which is likely to be in a higher level component or possibly within the Chatbot UI context provider value when it's declared. the static instruction system prompt should be set there as the default value for the prompt within the chat settings. For example, this is a conceptual default setting. If your current setup set chat settings is used to update the chat setting state, and your current setup set chat settings, so back here, set chat settings is used to update the chat setting state. So you'd want to call this function with the static prompt when you are initializing the chat session. Remember that any updates you make to the default settings will affect all parts of your application that consume chat settings. Ensure that these changes do not interfere with any other functionality, particularly if different parts of your app rely on dynamically setting these values. It's also important to note the actual placement of your static prompt within the context state should be aligned with how the chat functionality is initialized in your app's flow. So, right now it seems to me that the only places this could really be going down, right? Not here. Not here. Let's focus, right? So Chatbot UI context. So put this in order. So this is the Chatbot UI context, and this is where it's dealing with the chat settings. This is where it's pulling from for the chat settings, and then this is where this is pulled to. So holy crap, chat settings is mentioned a lot here. Okay. Chat settings. Okay. One of these places has to be where I can set a static chat settings. That's not 100% true, but that's how I feel. So I really don't want to break this. So what have I changed? I added some notes. That's it, right? That's fine. That's fine. So let's not break things, but let's try some stuff. Let's close this. And defaults, your friendly, helpful AI assistant. First of all, where is it pulling that default from? I remember seeing that in a placeholder somewhere. If we come to page URA, right, that's what we need. Because right now that's being set as the default prompt all over the board. You are a friendly, helpful AI assistant. So if we can find where in this code that is, we might be able to try changing that first and see how that helps. So I'm gonna work from here. So no. Doesn't seem to be coming from the top of our app. Let's go another level deeper, assuming it's not in here. So let's go in here, see if it's, close that, see if it's set in here. No. Huh. Okay. So if I edit this, you are Steven AI. A chatbot that helps users grow their trucking business. And then I come here, reload the page. Oops. This is where I need to be. Not there. This. Profile. I don't know. Where do I go? Right here. Default. No. Workspace.default prompt. What if we do I like that. Hi. Nice. Okay. And then if I set it as a variable, can I just set it above? What's the scope here? So this set chat settings. I create a variable. It's a multi. I'm trying to close by backticks. So const multi-line string equals this is a string that spans multiple lines without needing to use concatenation. When you log multi-line string, it will retain the line breaks exactly as you've entered them within the backticks. It's particularly useful for creating formatted text when you want to include a string that spans multiple lines for readability without concatenating several strings. Okay, so let's see if this works. do I test out a new branch in Vercel? Oh yeah. When you push changes to a new branch in your GitHub repository that's connected to Vercel, Vercel can handle this elegantly by creating a new separate deployment called a preview deployment. Here's how you can test your changes without affecting your current production deployment. Push to a new branch. When you push your changes to a new branch other than your main or production branch, Vercel automatically creates a preview deployment for that branch. This deployment has a unique URL that you can use to test changes. Okay, so to push your current commits to a new branch on GitHub, you can follow these steps. First, create a new branch, replace new branch name with the new branch with the name you want. So git checkout B, we'll call it UI v2. Then push your commits to the new branch. Git push origin UI v2. Let's create a new branch and push your commits to it. If I come here and reload this, okay, it's building it. Cool. Be right back. Nice. So let's check it out. Three. This is awesome. It's way better than just using the default. It's got the branding. Alright, cool. So, comment, inbox, feature flags, share. So everything seems great. Seems pretty safe to pull this into the main branch. Yeah, deployments. When you're ready to update your production deployment, you can merge your new branch into the main branch, so it will automatically build and deploy these changes to your production environment. Okay. So, come here. YV2. Customized it. Added Steven. What is it? Added Steven AI branding. Added the Steven AI system message. Slight edits elsewhere. Good. So yeah, let me not forget that I'm streaming. Still going, right? Yep. 1 2 1 2. So yeah, this is a pretty dope repo that we've been working with. This Chatbot UI. Anybody who ever watches this, I mean, again, it might be outdated by the time you are, but definitely try this out because look how good this looks. It looks so good. Is it in deployment? It's available. Give me a link. Is it like, yeah, look how good that looks. This looks so good. And let me see if I can use one of my existing fake accounts. So yeah, you just have to keep signing up. It's fine. No. Test one. Skip that. Change some of that. But hey, hi. What's your name? Okay, great. So now I'm just gonna shoot like a little video for the guys on my team so they could start just, seeing the progress that's been made. But this was day one. Got, 6 more days until some users are gonna be testing it out. So